Hello, everyone, and good morning, and welcome to Live at the Waterhole. Starting off yet again with a bang at Jamala and in Madikwe Game Reserve. The Jamala Waterhole has been really giving the last few mornings. Elephants all around, and today is no different. And I think that we're going to see them rolling around in the mud and up to their usual tricks all through the day. If this is the first time that you're joining us for Live at the Waterhole, thank you so much. And remember that we're live and interactive. And it's me, Trishala, by the way. And you can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website and registering. And then, of course, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit subscribe. If you just want to keep in the conversation with other WildEarth community members, you can do that on Twitter as well. If you want to just sit back and relax, which is how I like to enjoy Live at the Waterhole, you're welcome to do that too. Now, today I have some mint tea because it's very chilly in the Western Cape of South Africa, as usual, I might add. So, to escape into the African bush for a little while is very welcomed. Now, whatever you're doing, maybe you're watching Live at the Waterhole to get a break from work or to start off your day, just enjoy some spending time with some animals and listening to their wonderful sounds. Maybe you've got a cup of coffee. However, you're enjoying Live at the Waterhole is perfectly fine because it's all about giving yourself the time and the space to adopt the pace of nature and slow things down, as if you've got a picnic basket and you're sitting with me. And even though we will have lots of moments of silence, you're welcome to send through questions and comments. But for me, the animals take center stage. But before we settle in, let's go over to have a look at the weather. Hot all around. A little bit of cloud here and there, but still the temperatures are picking up. And that's exactly what we expect at this time of the year. Things are going to get hotter, but it also means that some rains are going to fall soon. Unfortunately, at Madikwe, there hasn't been too much rain, but that also means that we can rely on animals to come down to waterholes. And that's why waterholes are a great place to have static cams, especially in and around the dry season, because that's when animals will reliably come to those water sources. Now, during the wet season, we get lots of ephemeral pans, basically seasonal pans that only really fill up when there is rain. And so that means that during the wet season, animals don't have to come down to the major water sources. They can pretty much drink anywhere on the go, on the route that they're taking to wherever they want to be. So dams at this time, great place to be positioned, whether it's virtually with a camera like this or in person. Yes, we've got some yoga now. Yoga and stretches for that young elephant bull right in front of us. Hi, Lenny. Thank you for joining us again. Nice to hear your name. I know that you really enjoy the moments of silence that we have here during Live at the Waterhole, and I do too. Remember, I am going to give you that moment in a few seconds, but I just want to remind you that there is renovations happening at the Jamala Lodge, so we might hear those construction sounds every now and then as well. But it's not only Jamala that we have. We've also got Okukuyu Pan in Etosha National Park in Namibia. We've also got King's Camp in the Timbavati, where I really hope something happens today. That camera can be really quiet. And then, of course, we have the Juma Dam Camp, which we might pay a visit to as well. But for now, these elephants are giving us the opportunity to settle in with all their antics and also the wonderful sounds at Jamaica.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Definitely expected. Everyone's having so much fun. Now they're really continuing to kick up all that water and really mud bathe. Almost makes me feel a little bit sorry for the other animals that want to just have some nice water. They're going to have some very muddy water. And you can see that those that actually want to drink, those elephants, are coming round to this pipe. Now, unfortunately, that resource of drinking from the pipe is only something that the elephants can do. The other animals don't have a nice stretchy appendage with two finger-like protrusions that the elephant has, their trunk, to really secure their mouths, or at least a vessel for putting water into their mouths, around that pipe. So I reckon these elephants have really taken over the Jamala waterhole here. Unless an animal wants to come down to mud wallow, they're going to find it quite difficult to have a drink. There will be little pockets here and there, but otherwise, the elephants have claimed the Jamala waterhole. We're getting a nice close look here now. It was unintentional. You know, zooming the cameras is not the easiest thing in the world. It's not the same as having a camera in your hand that you can control. Sometimes the cameras like to do their own thing. And so I have a lot of respect for zoomies, those people that do handle the cameras. And sometimes we have some novices handling the camera as well. And we will be very forgiving. It's Nadine. Nadine is our director today. And she's lovely, so I am allowed to tease her. But I'm quite glad that we did get nice and tight into that elephant's trunk because we actually saw a bit of water falling out of its mouth as well. Set 50, absolutely. It is always wonderful to spend time with Ellies. I think especially at this waterhole at the moment because they're really getting into it. I mean, if you look at their bodies, they're all crusty and muddy. It makes me feel a lot of relief for them in a way. Hi, Jennifer. You say you feel bad for the other animals. Well, I guess that's just how it is. But I know what you mean. Other animals will come down and want to have a drink, but they're just going to have to wait their turn. And then apart from that, everything is very muddy. But there are other water sources around the area. Oh, within 2 kilometers, there's another pumped um, mm, kind of pan in front of another lodge. And that's one that elephants don't get into. So there are definitely water sources around, I guess. But I understand what you're saying. There are other water sources. Goodness, I can't speak this morning. I'm blaming my tea. There are other water sources around, but it does take a little bit more effort from the other animals to keep on moving. You can see those zebra patiently waiting their turn. But again, other animals are not very fussy about their water quality, whereas elephants are. And I suppose it's not a massive deal. They could just walk a little bit longer. Oh, look at that tiny, tiny baby elephant on the other side. And it's now being blocked by this massive elephant here. But there's a tiny one. Just look to the right of the screen. Unfortunately, the big Ellie blocked our view of it.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Let's head over to the Ogakuyu Cam in Etosha National Park to see what's happening on that side, and then we can return to Jamala in a bit. Whenever we come to this waterhole, it kind of reminds me of a mall. Everyone walking around, hanging around, some coming through, some leaving, and the usual suspects. Springboks way in front, some Gemsbok or Southern African Oryx in the middle, kudu over on the other side. I think I see some zebra as well making their way down. Now I'm hoping to see a jackal today. I just have a feeling that would be nice. It's pretty common in this area. We have seen black-backed jackals during Live at the Waterhole at the Etosha or at the Okakoyo Cam before. So it could be. I just have a feeling. I feel jackally. I must say it's quite cloudy, as we got a nice look at the clouds there, or hazy, I should say, here in Okakuyu. I wanted to have a closer look at the zebra. Now, they don't usually walk into the water to drink in the same way that, say, the Gemsbok or the Springbok do. But that also means that they do have to contend with all those little rocks at the edges here. And so oftentimes when they're clustered like this having a drink, the zebra, one might trip and it causes a panic. And it happens more often than not. We have been looking at lots of the larger animals this morning so far, but over at Juma in the Sabi Sand, it seems like we have a bird that's fishing. So let's head over to that dam. It's a gray heron. Oh, they're wonderful to watch. When they're on the hunt, they're so careful and patient. But it looks like it's just pulled back. Oh, that's why there's a water monitor there too. So they're just on the right. There's a water monitor sniffing about. and it was kind of swimming in this direction when the grey heron decided to pull away. It's also in a similar area that those blacksmith lapwings were in yesterday morning. Or was it the morning before? I can't remember. So let's see what happens. I love it. I love it when you're zoomed in. Oh my goodness. When we're zoomed in like that, and we just see some feet running across. So first you saw the heron running across, and then we saw the trunk. I love that. So we've got some elephants here in Juma too. Shame, poor water monitors had to move away very quickly. There we go. Elephants coming down. Now here at the Juma Cam, I find the sound to be much better than say at Jamala, where we can't hear the splashing of the elephants as well. So I hope that they'll, of course they're going to have a drink, but I hope that they'll play around in the water too, so we can enjoy those sounds. Look at that youngster playing with his trunk. Helicoptering it around, tossing it around. Takes a lot of getting used to. There we go. As you can see, compared to the other locations, Juma is looking very nice and green. We've been lucky to have a very good wet season, but also some extended rains that went into autumn as well. And that kept the water table nice and high. And now, additionally, it seems like the first rains of the wet season have already arrived. About a week ago, there were some good rains at Juma. And when I was last there, almost exactly a month ago, we were even seeing some new growth. Bits of grass, budding on the trees. So there's plenty of water to go around, and that means there's also great feeding for all the herbivores in the area.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
We've just moved around over to the other side now. You can see there's a lot more elephants having a drink down there. This is really such a beautiful dam. I've seen this dam when it was just reduced to a puddle at one point. And you can see now, even though we've literally just come out of the dry season, and there's still so much water. off our little Ellie herd goes in their usual direction. But I'm sure there will be others that will come down again. Just having a little scan around. Nothing interesting just yet. Well, I mean, the whole bush is interesting, but you know what I mean. No animals just yet. So how about we head over back to Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve? I think those elephants are still around there too. Well, of course, the elephants were still going to be around. Like I said, they've taken over this waterhole. Jamala is the place of the elephants. They're standing right in the mud, some of them. Others who are having a drink here at the pipe. Again, lots of little calves in this herd. Perhaps it's the one that we saw yesterday as well. But the last few days before that, those herds didn't have very many little calves. And you know, they are particularly delightful to watch. Shame that little one just got shouted at.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
More and more elephants. This is amazing. And these two sub-adults, or actually they look like older calves. They're giving themselves a good practice in sparring. You might even see plumes of brightly colored sand as the ones in the background dust bathe. Oh, and I see one elephant towards the left that's got a stubby tail as well. Well, that little calf blended very well. I almost didn't see it lying down like that. Having such fun. Wow, look at this impressive bull making his way down. He's really big. I feel the whole herd is going to react to his presence. There we go. Everyone out of the way, and you can see exactly where he's going. He's going to drink out of that spot that they're all queuing up for. And look at the rest. They're all still. It's those two massive bulls that were still moving and some young calves, but everybody else is still, they're communicating. Young bulls coming through, older bulls, sorry, coming through can really disrupt the herd. Everyone gets a little bit, in a way, it sort of feels like, when you're all in the playground or at school and suddenly the principal comes walking through and everyone kind of gets a little tense. Of course, it's for completely different reasons, but a similar thing happens when bulls come through. and there's a breeding herd around. Everyone gets a little bit tense because the females know that he's probably going to want to check if she's an estrus. Maybe she has young calves. She doesn't want him to react to them. So everyone gets just a little bit tense. But then once they figure out, oh, he's just here to have a drink, they're relaxed again.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
At times like this, really, there's nothing to say. The elephants are enjoying themselves. We have the luxury of being able to watch them, and each section of the screen that you look at, there's a different elephant doing something differently, different shapes, different sizes rather. Well, pretty much the same shape. Different sizes interacting differently, everyone congregating around that nice fresh water. Hi, Poe. You'd like to know if when this waterhole dries up, where will they get their their drinking water? So this particular waterhole, in fact, all of the waterholes in the area are artificial. Dams are created by humans, and these pans or waterholes, especially in front of lodges, you can bet that they're pumped. So Jamala is undergoing some construction at the moment, and then perhaps that's causing a disruption to the pan. Or what is more likely is that the humans that are in charge of this pan, oh, there's a little one just went sliding down. You just see it through the legs of this quite large elephant to the right. So it's likely that the people who are in charge of this pan have decided to um, allow it to fill up a little less during the dry season to reflect what would naturally happen. But it would not go dry, and nor would any of the other pans in the reserve because they are pumped. And also, it makes sense because this is a closed reserve. So, what would happen in a natural area if elephants had lots of space to roam? That if this waterhole dried up, they'd just keep on walking until they find the next. And we would have, or you would have heard that elephants have excellent memory, and that comes from the fact that they're able to recall places where they found water or resources in the past, even as youngsters, that can help them in times of shortage. And so they'll just go out and find it. But in a closed reserve like this, they can't roam further than the bounds of the reserve, which is fine because the water sources in the reserve are pumped. So they'll always have water available to them. But in a natural circumstance, they would just continue to roam because they have home ranges that are massive until they find the resource they're looking for.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Well, we've got less than an hour together, and again, Amy will take over from me. Um, yeah, in just under an hour. And we'll be joined by the Africans very, very soon. And we'll have an abundance of different habitats and animals to move between. A little calf, well, it's actually not that little, but it's come in on the end there, trying to dip its trunk over quite a bit of a ledge there. Oftentimes we see them slide in, particularly at Tau, where it's a little bit more muddy. Here it's a little drier, so there'll be. Oh, thank you, Ellie Bum. Got right in the way of the calf we were talking about. But over here, because it's a little bit drier, they may not slip all the way down, although that one's getting. It's it's bending down and stretching its trunk into the water. We really have been so lucky with the elephants here at Jamala. My favorite is when you see these little ones crouching down at the edges, trying to reach their trunks in to get some water. It's lovely. But now it's time to be joined by Africam and all their wonderful cameras. So let's take a few moments to welcome them on board and see which of the cams we'll start with. And you've guessed it, we're starting over at Africam Tau. It's so wonderful to have Africam on board so we can have a look at all the different cameras, not only across Southern Africa, but also up in Kenya and East Africa. But here at Africam Tau Lodge, we're still sticking around at Madikwe Game Reserve, just further north and west of Jamala, where we were spending time with elephants. And we're looking at the same section where we've been watching some elephants having a good mud bathe, I should say, wallowing about. I feel like this is the section where all the bulls come to hang out, and there's still some bulls approaching from the back there as well. Or if you've just jumped on board for Live at the Waterhole, welcome. You've come at the best time, where we have all these cameras at our disposal. And as usual, we're live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website and registering. My favorite thing about Live at the Waterhole is just paying attention to the sounds and taking the opportunity to relax. It's a different pace to the game drives. You still have the opportunity to send through questions and comments, but it's a lot slower. It's just about enjoying yourself through the various cameras. Now, a little later, depending on what's happening at the Oldonyo Lodge cam, we may pay a visit there because that's my favorite camera. But there's just so much to choose from. And here at Tau, we can hear some really nice sounds, and sometimes the elephants walk right close to the camera and along the fence line. We also have really nice bird life in this area. Whole lot of different general game. Occasionally some jackals. And there are crocodiles that live here too. So lots to look forward to just at the Africam Tau Lodge camera. Cocoa babies, you say elephant families are so sweet. They are very, very sweet. Here we've got a whole lot of bulls hanging out. Looks like it's the men's club. Time for them to have a spa day too. And men can treat themselves with a good spa day as well. Hi Lucy, you'd like to know how many waterholes there are at Tau Lodge in Madikwe. So I haven't been to Tau in person, but as far as I know, at Tau there's only this single waterhole, and this apparently is a natural waterhole. And I said that when you have a lodge and there's a waterhole in front, it's most likely that it's going to be a pumped one. But as far as I know, this Tau waterhole is actually a natural waterhole, and it's really large as well. It kind of extends around the lodge. But as far as I know, this is the only permanent water source there is, or like a big water source. Now, of course, once the rains come, you will get these smaller seasonal pans around. But as far as I know, the only permanent one would be this one. The one just outside of Tau Lodge.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leonbosch Country House and Shearer's Lodge.
I hope that we could just zoom into this elephant bull that's towards the left. He was really going crazy in that mud just now, and you could hear it so clearly. And I think he's going to do it again. Just over to the left there. And you'll see them moving all their limbs and trying to kick up all that mud onto themselves, and then using their trunks, of course, to throw it onto their backs. So when one of them gets really energetic, we'll have a closer look. This is the group that I was looking at. One of the males here really was going hard at the whole covering itself with mud thing. He was loving it. I've seen oftentimes where they'll be in the mud like this, really thrill themselves and have so much energy as they throw the mud on themselves, and then suddenly just become very sleepy. And their eyelids are heavy with mud, and it feels or looks like it's so awkward. Oh, look at this one trying to get up and slip. It looks like he had a bit of a micro nap, and now he's back at it. Elephants muddy and enjoying themselves, always a pleasure to watch, but I'd like to send us all the way up to African Eldonio in Kenya, because you know I love that cam. The sound is phenomenal, but also there's a giraffe around. This waterhole is always so busy. We've got 2 giraffe, and we've got some zebra as well as some warthog. So exciting. I love watching this cam. It's just, the sound is phenomenal, the clarity, the color, and it's always busy. this zebra showed so much character or expression. A little curiosity, a little apprehension. I'm seeing a lot of personality. You can also see an identifying feature. Can you see that there's quite a broad white band between the black stripes just under its throat or on its neck? I don't know, there's something about its face and the way it's moving that's just showing me a lot of personality. Now there's a mare in front there that looks very pregnant. So ordinarily zebras do have big bellies. That's because their hindgut fermented, so there's a lot of gas going on there. But her belly is very distended. You can see it's poking out on either side. I would think that she is expecting a little foal. I'm looking at the one that's furthest away from us. Things are looking very green here, which is lovely to see. But even still, this particular waterhole, even though it's so small, attracts so much wildlife. When we first arrived and we were looking at the giraffe, I thought maybe I saw an oryx, or maybe it was a eland walking away. Plus we saw the warthogs, the zebra, the giraffe, all here in this little waterhole. And recently we've been seeing cheetah at this waterhole as well, and the potential just keeps me going. The fact that we could see something. And I did say to you that my favorite sighting at the Africam Aldonio Lodge waterhole is the striped hyena that comes along at night. It's just a single individual that we seem to see often. Quite a little beaten up, but it's just a dream of mine to see a striped hyena. Least I can do it here at El Doño. Well, everything's moved away for now. Oh, something else coming through just on the left there. It looks like maybe it was another zebra. Let's have a quick look around first. Nothing to report. I really hope the baboons come through. The yellow baboons in this area. You'll also get olive baboons in this area, but they tend not to come all the way through here. So 99% of the time we're going to get yellow baboons. We don't get chakma baboons up in this area. Oh, it's people. Never mind then. Now that's not something we see every day on the cameras. Well, with humans walking around, could be for maintenance at the lodge. Either way, animals will be a little bit more tentative to approaching the waterhole, or about approaching the waterhole when there are humans around. So how about we head back over to Tau, Africam Tau Lodge in Madikwe. I think the elephants are still around. Here we are back at Africam Tau Lodge. Elephants still doing their thing, but I also saw a warthog right at the edge of your screen on the right hand side. Everyone's in for that mud. It's so cooling, and on top of that, the soil is really fine grained, so that means that that mud's really going to stick to the animals and get into all the little cracks and crevices on the hairs, coating them, make them nice and cool.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
The elephants right in front of us are very, very still. And in fact, at one point I thought they were frozen, but they were not. And I think that they're listening to that bull that's coming down there. I find this quite interesting because we know that elephants communicate infrasonically over large distances, and so they pick up vibrations, and that's why they stand still, so they can most effectively pick those up and put their trunk on the ground to help them as an additional means of picking up those vibrations. But what I find interesting here is that the two elephants that are very still, that are clearly also listening to something, are in the water. And we know that sound can travel through the water, but it gets distorted. So I wonder if they pick it up differently, or maybe that's why he's putting his trunk against the lip of the pan there to actually touch the ground. Or maybe it doesn't affect them at all. Maybe they're able to hear just as clearly in the water. And also remember that their ears, their whole body is not in the water, it's just their limbs, but they're using their limbs to pick up on that sound. Interesting. But then again, their feet are still on the ground, just that the water is distorting just above their feet. Just interesting things to think about. And that's what I love about sitting and watching with Live at the Waterhole, is that you're enjoying the sights, you're enjoying the sounds, but you get so pulled into just watching that it really piques your curiosity. And when you see something unusual, it really stands out because you've given yourself the space and time to just think about wildlife. I think it's quite clear from the movements of this elephant bull and the reaction of those other three that he's either more dominant than them or they don't know him very well because he's coming straight to this side. Maybe he knows these males better. Most of the time, elephants in an area know each other, even if they don't particularly get along or are, family members, but they generally know each other because they can communicate over such large distances. And they can pick up the conversations happening between other elephants as well. So it makes sense that they would know the individuals in their area. But just because they know them doesn't mean they have to necessarily get along. Particularly with males, they are going to want to show their dominance, and there is going to be a dominant male in each one of these little groups. Someone's really giving themselves a good move around in the mud. You can hear the sound so clearly of the thrashing. Jody, you'd like to know if we ever see interactions between elephants and monkeys. Sometimes. Usually, monkeys are out of the way very quickly, and also they don't occupy the same areas. Elephants are in places where they can roam freely, where they can eat, where monkeys are usually in the tops of trees. Not always, but they can very easily climb out of the way of elephants. I haven't seen any like aggressive behavior from the elephants towards monkeys before, but I have seen young calves run after monkeys. Usually, those are baboons. Vervet monkeys, they tend to be out of the way very quickly, and they like to hang out near camps and lodges, and that's usually where elephants can't get in. But other than that, I haven't seen too many interactions where I feel that the monkey is focused on the elephant or the elephant is focused on the monkey. Most of the time, it's say they're in a similar area, the monkeys see the elephants approaching, they move away. Or if they are very relaxed, it's usually a calf that sees a monkey in the tree and then starts, throwing its head around in its trunk. But no aggressive interactions, no. I think we had a fantastic morning, or first half of the morning with Live at the Waterhole. Elephants all around, and thankfully we got to visit some of the Africams too, which is always a treat. But it's time for me to say goodbye and hand you all over to Amy. It's always a pleasure to answer your questions, to just spend this time in wildlife or in a wildlife space with all of you. And it's always a nice thing for me too in the mornings. Get your day going with elephants splashing around. Why not? But anyway, time to say goodbye. Thank you so much. But don't worry, Live at the Waterhole has not ended. Amy is jumping on board now, so I'm going to hand over to her. Bye, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Trish, for holding down the fort for the first half of the show. I am very excited to be back with everyone now and seeing us through until 3 p.m. this afternoon. What a lovely way for me to start this half of the show. Wow, this is fantastic. Oh wow, look at that elephant on the right, what it's done with its trunk. A little bit of a twist. And the warthogs those actually look like some piglets. They're quite big now. Would have been born earlier in the year, but looks like 3 or 4 of them enjoying the grass. You can just see how it's gone down onto its knees to help get lower down so that it can easily pull out the grass that it wants to eat.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
So just looking at these warthogs again, it definitely looks like a mother with 3 piglets. And often warthogs will have even more than 3 piglets, perhaps up to possibly 6, 7 at a time, but not all of them survive. It is very common that they are predated on. They're such an easy target. And for this particular mom, she managed to get 3 now to a reasonably big size. And from here on, it'll be a lot more likely that they are able to get to adulthood. Look at this elephant coming. Those warthogs are very quick to move out of the way. I wonder if it's heading towards this lush green grass yet or towards the camera. That would be a treat. I remember the day before yesterday, I think it was, we had the elephants right in the mud, munching away on this beautiful green grass that was quite close here to where the camera is. So what a treat to have an elephant so close by. It's just touching that log there. I wonder if it's curious about it or it's going to rub on it or what it wants to do with that. It's having a bit of a foot scratch there, it seems like. Alright, well, while we wait to see if this elephant's going to come any closer, let's head over to Kenya to look at some zebra and giraffe at the Waterhole. Oh, how lovely is this? It's interesting. The first thing that struck me as we looked at the feed is look at all the giraffe and look at how they're standing and look where their heads are pointing. Do you see that they're all in the same direction? Now that is very interesting. The one is turning around now, so perhaps a bit earlier something was walking in the bushes there or something moved that caught their attention. And giraffes don't make an alarm call like a impala or kudu or one of the other prey species. They make what I like to call an alarm stare. And should they see, unfortunately it doesn't only work for predators, but they also do the same staring for anything that catches their attention or they want to check out a little bit more. And if I was driving in the bush and I saw 3 or 4 giraffe all staring in one direction and not ruminating, so these are ruminating, so that already tells me that it's not too serious. Oh, the zebra weren't happy with me there. Immediately I would look in the direction that those giraffes are looking at to see if I can see anything. Of course, they've got the height advantage. So what's great about that is that they can definitely see over the trees that block our view on a safari vehicle. Therefore, they can be a good indicator if something is there that we can't see that they can. But in this case, you can see their mouths are moving, they're ruminating, chewing their cud. There is something still there which is capturing their attention. It could be some more giraffe or some other antelope, maybe even an elephant that cracked a branch in the bush and they all turned to see what it was. But it's interesting to learn these behavioral aspects of animals and how they can help us to identify other things that may be beyond what we can simply see. A mammal. So this eland wood looks like to me a female. Interesting horns. The one is actually crossing in over the other one, very very narrow. But what first stood out to me about this particular eland is how thin and long those horns are. And then if we look at the neck, quite a small bit of hanging skin there. The overall size of the body is quite small, and then of course no little belly button under the belly of the eland. So that tells me that that was a female that came down to drink. Looks like a beautiful day here at Oldonyo. Still quite cloudy. I haven't seen Mount Kilimanjaro for a few days now. It's been covered by clouds. I don't know if it was visible this morning at all. But it's good to be able to come back here and watch what's happening. It's been on and off the last few days just with the stream abilities, but we're happy that we can bring more of this beautiful location to all our viewers at home. Wow, it looks like a whole row of oxpeckers on that giraffe's neck. That's actually quite cool. That actually makes such a lovely photograph. If there was anyone watching that giraffe with a nice lensed camera, that would be something that I would put on my lounge room wall. It's such a peaceful scene here with these zebra and giraffes. Seems like no rush at all. Sometimes this waterhole can be quite chaotic. The zebra come down in droves. Mazan, hello. Thank you so much for your question. You want to know at what speed a giraffe can run and for how and if they can run for long periods of time. So a giraffe can reach up to 60 kilometers per hour at top speed. They, of course, don't always reach top speed, so sometimes that is a little bit less. But either way, it is still very fast compared to us as humans. And no, they're not endurance runners compared to something like wild dogs that can just keep trotting for, very, very long periods. A giraffe will maybe run for a minute or two or a few seconds at a time, or gallop sometimes. I've seen them actually across a savanna, but they're not going to do that for an extended period of time. I'll try and find out if there's a specific length of time that a giraffe's been recorded running for the longest, but generally they are moving at small little bits where they may run at a very high speed. Often that is, of course, when they are being chased or when they are scared or gotten a fright maybe, and so they will reach a high speed for a short period and then slow down again. But let me find out, Mazan, if there is a particular length of time that a giraffe's been recorded at going at its top speed for. Spas, thank you. I do as well. That is just so iconic Africa in every way. You've got something like a giraffe with the green trees and the blue sky and white clouds, and when Mount Kilimanjaro is showing, it even more so adds to that scene that is so lovely. So thanks, Bas, I do too. It is absolutely beautiful location, and hopefully one day I'll be able to see it in real life. This is really special. Luna, you read my mind. This is awesome. You say that these are your favorite birds. I do love secretary birds as well. It's only the second time that I've seen one here, but the first time that I've seen a pair together. So most likely this would be a male and female pair that are together for mating and breeding now in the summertime. It is such an iconic bird. I'm really glad that we can show you this, Luna. So of course, just like mammals, these birds also get thirsty and they do need water. So they have come down for a drink. And I'm sure once they are finished, they will head off again. Oh, called it. Oh, it's because it looks like the zebra and impala were actually possibly waiting for them, and then they got a bit impatient. Oh, look at all the zebra coming. But that was wonderful. That was really, really cool. I'm happy, so happy for you, Luna, that you got to see that. But we are gonna head over to a very close Ellie, apparently. Oh, hooray! This is what I was talking about earlier. They did this the other day. Another trunk coming in from behind. So I think these Ellies have now discovered this delicious grass on the other side of the waterhole, and it's becoming a frequented location at Tower Lodge. This is fantastic, everyone. Let's just listen to the sounds. We don't often have Ellies so close, and enjoy it. think if I had to go stand next to this elephant in the mud, I would completely disappear. That's how deep it is. Olivia, you want to know if the plants have a higher nutritional value in this mud. Well, Olivia, I think it has more to do with the fact that the plants are in more water here than to do necessarily with the mud itself. So the reason that these ellies have made so much effort to get here is because it is very, very dry at the moment. We are entering summer into the rainy season, but the big rains have not quite arrived just yet. So to find this lush green grass, which would definitely have way higher nutritional value than the old dry sticks and sort of dried vegetation that's away from the waterhole. So this grass here, just by the color of it, immediately tells us that this grass is very much more delicious and nutritious for these elephants. Sorry, I can't help but laugh at the fact there's an elephant that is, it looks like just having a snooze, laying down and having a rest. Almost looks like a hippo if I didn't see a tusk there. So yes, Olivia, this particular grass and plant here will definitely have a higher nutritional value because of where it is at the moment. However, once the rains come and some of the other sweet grasses that do grow away from the waterhole have water once again, they may very well have the same nutritional value as the grass that is growing here. This is fantastic, everyone. Oh, there's our heron. Still around, definitely resident here at our lodge. But so much to look at and enjoy here with these 4 elephant bulls. Actually, there's a 5th one further back. Oh, these two don't look too happy with one another. I think the one was having a very lovely time relaxing, and so this one may have wanted to walk, and there may have been communication that we can't hear. Elephants do communicate with lower frequency sound waves than the human ear can pick up. And she maybe asked him, maybe told him, get out of my way, and the one was not having it. It is also natural for elephant bulls of this age and size in these bachelor herds to do what they are doing there in the background. It may not be a serious fight at this point in time, but it is all practice because one day they will have to take on the most dominant bull eventually if they do want to have any successful offspring of their own. And so all of this is preparation for that, as well as establishing a bit of a hierarchy within the bachelor herd.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Luna, this one is for you. How lucky are we, everybody? The secretary bird is back at Old Donyo in Kenya. So it did seem to me that they weren't quite done when those zebra rudely interrupted them. They were drinking, and it seems like on the right side, which we couldn't quite see, there were some zebra waiting to come eagerly for the water, and then they got impatient and came forward, and so the birds flew off. And it looks like those animals have all moved off, and so that gives the chance for this bird, I'm not sure where its partner is, I'm sure it's somewhere close by though, to come down and carry on drinking. This is a very large bird, as you can see, compared to something like a dove that would sit really just by its feet. It is about 1.5 meters high, which I think is around 5 foot, if my conversions are correct. And it also weighs about, depending male or female, also the size of the bird during its life, between 2 and 4 kgs, which is, I think, about 5-6 pounds, between 5 and 10 pounds. So lovely to see such a special bird here in Kenya. They are amazing hunters. It's part of why they have such long legs. They're able to walk through grass and look for things such as snakes, for example, to eat, rodents, sometimes even referred to as a killer queen, the secretary bird. I'm going to try and see up there. There it is still. Apologies to that, everyone. The camera just froze that side. But we have headed to Jamala, where, of course, we have some elephants. But just to finish off about that secretary bird, the males and females do look the same. So there's no difference between them. They would look the same. So that's why I say I think that pair that was there was a breeding pair. Anyway, very special. We'll see if perhaps we'll be able to see it again a little bit later. But birds don't always stick around for that long. But it is good to be back at Jamala. We haven't been here yet. There's been so much happening elsewhere. But it is good to come in and check in on what's going on here this afternoon. Looks like the local spa has plenty of visitors today. I don't think I've seen so many wallowing around here at Jamala before altogether. Oh, we also have a fantastic view of an elephant's tummy working. That was really up close and personal. Oh, this one coming now just behind the little one is completely caked with mud, I think would be the appropriate term. From head to toe. Lenny, hello there. Thank you for your question. Ooh, this is a good one. Are only male elephants the big tuskers? Now, Lenny, that is such an interesting question. The short answer, I suppose, is yes. To my knowledge, where I have the most sort of experience and most knowledge about tuskers, all the ones that I'm aware of or have heard of are males in terms of qualifying. There's certain weight and length, size ratio, those sort of things that have to be taken into account in order to qualify as a tusker. However, I'm not going to say that there has never been a recorded female with tusks that are that large. I will check to make sure for you, Lenny. But the thing is, and why it is mostly or almost only the males that qualify, is because of their hormones and testosterone and the level that their size grows to compared to a female. The bulls are just larger and therefore their tusks grow a lot bigger. Not all of them, but definitely the ones that are in that category of great tuskers. Now, in the Kruger National Park, which is where I have seen the most tuskers before, I have seen a female with tusks just as long as those of what would be considered a tusker, but they were not as thick. So in that regard, I have personally seen a female with very long tusks. In fact, I had to keep checking because I was like, is this a female? But what was different is that they were very skinny in comparison to the very famous tuskers that we see pictures of being extremely thick because they are males. So Lenny, I hope that gives you an answer to your question. I wonder if there has ever been a female recorded with tusks that are thick enough to qualify as a tusker. Maybe that's something I can look up as well, and then we can chat a little bit more about it. But thank you, Lenny. That's a very good question.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Well, Lenny, I have done some research just to read up on this female tusker. It's such an interesting point. Thank you for bringing it up. And it looks like in the areas like Kenya, East Africa, and I suppose in South Africa it's possible, but the largest female tusker actually was in East Africa, and she died at the end of last year. It looks like her name was Dida, and just looked at a picture, and definitely some serious tusks on her. It is by far an exception. It's not the norm, and they say that she has now since passed. She was between 60 and 65 years old, and was a matriarch in Tsavo East National Park. So yeah, there we go. There's the answer. It's definitely possible. I did also read a little bit more, which I will get back to you on shortly. Interesting. So what I also did manage to find out is that, as I did say, there are certain criteria that would qualify elephants as tuskers. And what they've actually done, because it is quite a lot rarer, Indida was an exception to the norm in terms of female elephants, is that they've developed separate criteria for female tuskers. So we now can look at tuskers for both males and females, because of the changes in the female being an exception to the norm compared to a male being an exception. But there was that elephant in Kenya that was a proper tusker in the male range, even though it was a female. Very cool, Lenny. Thank you for your question. It is so great that we keep learning, and information like that just broadens our horizons. Sorry for the jump to and fro, everyone. Just sometimes the connection with the camera, we have a frozen frame or something like that. But we are back at Jamala now and enjoying this herd of elephants. Just doing their thing. And there are also some zebras running around in the background as well. It's funny when they all decide to stand still at the same time. You almost think something's wrong. It is just a very warm day today, and all these elephants are doing what they need to do to, first of all, keep cool, keep hydrated, and then also just rest. These two bulls in the front, actually three of them, can see how relaxed their trunks are on the ground, just taking a chance to, well, to not do anything. The zebras have moved off into the shade at the back. It really is that crazy time of the day where it's just unbearably hot, and animals try and are incredible, actually, the way they have adapted to deal with it.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
we are back over at Tau Lodge to these elephant bulls feasting away on this beautiful green grass in the middle of the mud. Well, this has to be one of my favorite sightings that we've had with these elephant bulls grazing almost at mouth level. Something very unique and not often that I've been able to see. So this is actually very cool. Almost can rest on their bellies. Well, in fact, that's what the one is doing on the right. I was just thinking they could just sit and eat. And that's exactly what the one on the right is doing. It's taking a seat, having a rest as well as eating. It's not often that an elephant can sit and eat at the same time. It's very convenient for them. Hunter, hello. You want to know if I think that we'll see elephants getting stuck as the mud gets drier. Um, no, Hunter. I think, in fact, just the opposite. The drier that this mud gets, the easier it will be for the elephants to actually walk in and on it. Um, I don't know how much drier it will get now that the rains are actually on their way. It could create more water once again and cover this all up in the future. But yeah, if an elephant was going to get stuck in the mud, it would happen now, I think. But fortunately, these animals are so big and so strong. I don't think we can actually fully comprehend their power. That for them to walk in this mud, although difficult, it is very far from impossible and very unlikely that they would completely get stuck. The heron is still around, seems to enjoy being in this particular spot. I mean, it could easily move away from the elephants, but maybe with the elephants around, it means no crocodile is going to be there in between, as it might get squished. So perhaps the heron. Also, maybe with the elephants moving through the mud, it's actually the disturbance means that little fish or frogs and other types of amphibians. Oh, there's the crocodile coming now. I didn't see it; it was hiding away in between. But anyway, the elephants actually disturb the mud and the soil and the water. Therefore, maybe allowing the things that are eating things like that, like the heron or even the crocodile, to have a chance at some easy prey. Very interesting what the behavior of this croc is like with these elephants around. If it does sort of react at all, and then if it does, what happens with the elephants? Ooh, looks like it got something there. Something small, but the croc looked like it did. Perhaps it was something like a catfish or even a carp. Just bit something there briefly. It's so interesting this now that I'm thinking about this heron and this crocodile actually staying around where these elephants are walking because they are disturbing the mud and the water and the other aquatic animals that live in this environment are disturbed and therefore are moving. And what an easy opportunity for hunting for something like the crocodile and the heron. It actually reminds me of the relationship that the fork-tailed drongos have with mammals, large mammals that walk through. Oh, there's the hummerkop. He's around. Better be careful, it might get a crocodile tail in its face. Um, it just reminds me of the way that fork-tailed drongos often follow elephants as they are walking through the bush because they disturb the insects as they walk, and because they are disturbed, they hop up or fly up, and then the fork-tailed drongo can easily um, find something to eat. So it's interesting, a different symbiotic relationship, but in a different environment. Hi, Daniela. You want to know why humans can get dry and cracked skin, but animals don't really? That is an interesting question. And to be completely honest with you, something that I have not thought about or ever been asked before. So, Daniela, I'm going to have a little bit of think. Well, let me think out loud and we can think about it together and try and see if we can work something out. So, the first thing that that comes to mind is just how much thinner our skin is to a lot of these animals out here. Also, many of the mammals that we find, many of the mammals that we do find have fur on, so a lot thicker. Apologies, everyone. We just quickly jumped over to Jamala. We had a frozen screen. But Daniela, I'm going to carry on answering your question. So lots of the animals that we see out here are covered in fur. So that immediately means that we can't necessarily see what's happening with the skin underneath that fur, although I have seen sometimes dry and flaky patches on lions and leopards, even on buffaloes, due to parasites that start to irritate the skin and they begin to scratch a lot and it forms like raw, almost like an eczema in a way. But that's something like mange, for example, which is a little almost flea-like creature that gets into the skin of furry animals and causes it to itch. And so they scratch and actually do form drier layers. Oh, these warthogs are having such a cute mud bath here. Oh my word, I've been waiting to see warthogs actually have a mud bath. They've been around the water holes, but this is the first time, and I know they love a mud bath, so this is very cool to see. Looks like a mother and 3 little piglets here as well. Anyway, Daniela, so immediately that my first thing is that often the animal's skin is protected, so it's not exposed to the elements as much
as, for example, humans, we do have hair on our skins, but it's very thin. We are quite exposed in that way, and so our epidermis layer, very top layer, is much thinner. You know, the skin of an elephant or a rhino or any of these animals have very tough hides. And so that outer layer is very well adapted to the conditions that they live in. Our skin, however, is a lot more sensitive. And I recently, actually, when traveling from the low-felt area to a lower altitude to a much higher altitude, and experienced extremely dry skin. And also in winter, when it is a little bit drier. Ooh, that elephant was not happy with those warthogs there. It chased them away. I lost my train of thought now. Yeah, so I experience getting dry skin, and I often get dry skin in winter as well when the moisture comes out of the air. And on my legs, on my arms, and I have to actually put aqueous cream on. And I think my immediate thought is that we just have a lot thinner skin that's a lot more sensitive to the conditions and the environments that we live in, whereas these animals are tough. They are resilient and adaptive, and they, you know, that most outer layer of skin, they actually can live with it, even being a bit dry. They can go to a mud wallow like this, wet themselves. I'm talking the likes of elephants and rhino, buffalo. So yeah, Danielle, I hope that answers your question. I was giving you a little bit more of insight into that, but a very good one and a very good thought that we could consider. So thank you very much.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Concrete Jungle Man, hello. Thank you so much for watching the show and thank you for your question. You are asking what forms the padding on the bottom of Eddie's feet. Yeah, that is actually so fascinating. One of the things that fascinate me about elephants and what I always love to look at are their feet. If we do ever happen to get, I think it was the other day, we had a really nice close-up of an elephant's foot. I think it was at Tower Lodge. They were digging around the waterhole for some roots or something delicious that they were finding, and we really got in close on their trunk and their foot. And if you do ever see underneath an elephant's foot, it looks like it's cracked. Speaking of cracked heels, Daniela, but it's purposefully like that. And so an elephant's foot has bones that almost look like a hand that come out with the bones that spread out at the bottom. But of course, it doesn't have toes like humans or baboon or something like that. It actually has those bones coming down, but it's surrounded by fatty tissue. And that is what forms the padding. So it's almost like it doesn't, our feet bones, if I can put it this way, touch the floor. Whereas an elephant's bones actually sit a few centimeters. There's quite a significant fatty pad that is between the bones and the ground. And what that allows the elephant to do is, first of all, carry its weight really evenly. So it's actually a really nice example. This elephant that's on the right-hand side of the screen, not the furthest to the right, but you can sort of see its 4 feet there. And the very front one, if we do, it's walking. So you can see how big and round those front feet are when they step down. When an elephant's foot lifts up, it actually changes shape. As soon as it presses down, it's like a giant shock absorber. And because of the fatty tissue and the creases underneath the foot, it's able to roll over things like rocks and, anything really that could possibly make a noise, even grass or dry leaves or something like that. And what happens is it allows the elephant to be really quiet. If you've ever been in the bush before, or you may be planning a visit, or even if we watch elephants walk really close to the camera here, they often are never heard walking, and it's because of this fatty tissue that's underneath their feet. And just seeing which one has a nice example here. The back foot is a lot more oval, but still with that same fatty tissue. You can actually see quite nicely if we look at the elephant right in front of us, if it doesn't move away. Just below its tail there, you can see what looks like an ankle. So it's where the bone actually ends. And from that point, that ankle, you've got the bones, the single almost fingers, if I can put them that way, finger bones that come forward from that ankle, which then sit into the fatty pad. So all that way from that ankle down to the floor is this fatty tissue that forms the foot. And so those feet are made for walking. They really are incredible to be able to take the weight of the elephant, to allow them to walk softly and quietly, even though they are so huge. Often guests have told me immediately, one of the first comments is, "Oh my word, they are so quiet." This massive creature, you can't even hear it walking through the bush. And it's because of those fatty pads that are underneath the foot that actually allows them to be so quiet. Okay, well, we are going to leave the elephants at Jamala and head back to those elephants in the mud at Tau.
And the one on the right has taken a seat. Now starting to splash itself a little bit. I'm not sure if the one behind it's actually wanting to get past and the one in front of it's just being stubborn. But I'm sure if it really wanted to move past it, it would. But this is also a really nice chance for us to watch this elephant closest to us feeding. Just the way it's angled, we have a nice view of its trunk. Oh, we'll scratch the eye there. And the way it is an expert maneuverist. I don't even know if that's a word, but I just claimed it. In being able to use its trunk to grab that grass. The way it's cleaning it now, that's very cool. So what it's doing there is it takes the grass, roots and all, and no one likes to eat sand or eat dirty grass. I mean, if you can make it clean, that's ideal. So that's what that elephant was doing there with its trunk, rolling it over and over again in the crook of its trunk, making sure it dusts off any bits of anything really that it would not be so nice to eat and maybe a bit grainy on its teeth. It's very important for an elephant to look after its teeth. They are what allows the elephant to live as long as they do. So should it eat very hard, rough, textured, or should I say they eat thorns? So I mean that doesn't make sense. But if they eat things like stones or rocks or fine sand, or coarse sand that can wear away at their teeth, then they will live a shorter life if it's consistently like that. An elephant will have different sets of teeth throughout its life, and once they are finished, they are finished, and there are no more. And so it will start, of course, when it is a baby, the first set will come in, and then throughout the next sort of 60 years or so, it will go through about 6 sets of teeth. It has been recorded that some elephants have had a 7th set, but that's just down to genetics and a bit of luck. And so the elephants that do most of the time die from natural causes, it is because of a lack of nutrition, because their teeth are no longer there, they no longer can break down that vegetation that they are eating and allow the nutrients that it needs to survive to get into its body. Slowly but surely the elephant will grow weaker and weaker. But they live, when that happens, they have lived full, long lives, and it's almost a very, it's okay. It's sort of like the elephant has lived a full life, and now that its teeth are finished, it's a very sort of natural process that the elephant eventually does pass away.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
Oh wow, this is very cool. Quite convenient to have a trunk that can stretch out in front of you, even if there is a fence, which technically it really wouldn't stop this elephant too much. It is quite small, but elephants are sensitive to a barrier. I have noticed that, even just the idea of the barrier. But luckily for this elephant, it doesn't have to worry about that. It can just reach with its trunk for a snack on its way. PUA, you want to know if an elephant can be a good swimmer. Are they good swimmers? Yes, they are good swimmers. I don't know if they're going to compete at the Olympics in swimming, but they definitely can swim. And in fact, most mammals can. And we often see this in rivers where they need to cross across the rivers, and they do that very successfully, even with the little ones. In fact, it's one of the most interesting things to watch is when a herd of elephants does come to a river and has to cross it there can be different reasons, but often for feeding purposes, they want to move across to a different area. And the way they actually support and help the little babies across is amazing. They almost float them across while the bigger ones walk/swim if it is deep. And yeah, they're very good swimmers. I don't think that there are any that have struggled with something like swimming. And they're very comfortable in water. In fact, they love the water. We see that by the way they come and bathe and wallow around in the water. But sometimes even when it's in the much wetter season, and as we go into summer and we see the water holes over this period of time get more full and deeper, then you'll see elephants coming for just a swim, not even a mud bath, but just to swim and have fun, especially at somewhere like on the Juma Dam Camp. Often I've seen in the summertime there elephants having a lot of fun in the sun, in the water there, just having a swim. Looks like this elephant is contemplating what it should do next. He's looking quite dry, so perhaps it's mustering up the energy to come and have a bit more water and maybe a bit of splash of mud as well. A wildebeest in the background coming out of the bush, as well as another elephant that's feeding there on the right.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
lovely view of this hammerkop. Seems to be hunting successfully here. It's got a small patch of flow of water here, and there's probably a few insects and things that are coming past. And as they do, it's picking and grabbing at them. Wow, that elephant on the left lifted his tusks and they are full of things. Must be some of the water lilies and grass roots that are stuck there. This one on the right looks like it's actually trying to move towards the edge. Maybe it's also just having a bit of a stretch. Oh, this is just fascinating, everyone. What a treat to see these elephants like this. It really is something that is unique and special. And the cock is moving there as well in the background, also keeping tabs on where it is. I think what that elephant towards the back may be doing is actually using its tusks when it's underwater to dig up some of the roots and things of this grass so that it makes it easier to pull out. Look at that huge clump stuck on it now. we are heading into the last little bit of the waterhole for today. But right after this, we do have the Sunset Safari Live, which is super exciting. But what is making the live safaris over the next few days even more exciting is Safari Bingo, which is happening today and then tomorrow as well. And it is in aid of World Animal Day. And during the Sunset Safari, the naturalists that are on drive are competing to be crowned the Safari Bingo King or Queen. So I believe they get sheets that have certain things that they need to see or find out on drive. And they have to try and get bingo, which is a very, very cool idea and concept. But it's a lot of fun. If you haven't seen it already on yesterday's drive, then please do, yesterday and the day before, please do join this afternoon. It is a lot of fun, and see if one of them can get to bingo by tomorrow.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
Well, from one beautiful set to the next, can't complain about some more elephants. But it is lovely to see the same species doing similar things but in a different place, and to watch the interactions between these elephants here, Jamala, is always interesting. Well, it really has been another fascinating day at our different locations from Kenya to South Africa. And we are heading into the last few minutes of the show. But what a treat it's been, everyone. I know Trishala said she had a lovely time with you all for the first half. And I really have enjoyed our time together as well this afternoon. I think if Luna, if you are still watching, my highlight was seeing those secretary birds up at Oldonyo. Really was a special thing to see those two together there. But also the elephants feeding at Tau was also very cool to see them in the mud. And having them so close, that was really, really awesome as well. But we do thank each and every one of you who are watching. It really wouldn't be the same without your questions and comments that you send through. So thank you so much for that. I think we had some interesting discussions today about female elephant tuskers and giraffe speeds and all sorts of things, which has been great. Ooh, dry skin on animals, that was also another good one. Nina, thank you. It has been an absolutely lovely day. I'm so glad that you have enjoyed the show. We really, really do appreciate you watching, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it. We love presenting it to you, and it is a special thing, these cameras that we can have access to. Be sure that you do stay tuned to WildEarth immediately after this to the Sunset Safari. It is sure to be a fun time with Safari Bingo happening. has come to that time of the show. Some more Elizabeth tuna just to close us off. We lost the feed there, Jamal, everyone. But not bad. Still lovely to see. But it has come to the end of the Waterhole show, everyone. I am going to say goodbye and leave you in the capable hands of our naturalists for the afternoon safari. But it has been a lot of fun. Thank you once again. I do wish everyone a absolutely wonderful day ahead of them. We will be back tomorrow for live at the Waterhole from 10:30 a.m. until 3 p.m. But from myself and the WildEarth team at the Waterhole show, this is goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.